everyone. Thank you for joining us. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Hi, I'm Alyssa. I write young adult fantasy, working on a series called Tower of Memories. If you've seen these before, we know this drill, but books.
Uh, Hi, I'm Ellie. I write a number of books, including the B series. Happen to have them nice and handy right here, as well as a bunch of other books, all of which can be found on Amazon.
I am Johara Harper. I write queer fantasy. I've written a lot of different books, and right now I have two main projects: my Tales of the Grim Reaper series, which I am in the final stages of editing for that one. I have to do one last final read through before it gets published, and my Scooby Doo retelling, which is I'm still on my early first draft. So two different things writing. What are you guys working on today?
I'm working on chapter 30 of book 7, so, that's where I'm at.
Very nice. I'm working on book 4 of the B series, When Morning Comes. I have a few different scenes I might jump between.
That's fun. I'm so excited for that. I'm excited for both of these books.
Book 7. Was it book 7 that you're working on, Alyssa? Yeah, it is. It is so good.
Yeah, she sent it. She sent me it. I haven't had the chance to read it yet because a lot has been happening recently, but I'm so excited to read it because I'm pretty much caught up except for book 7 finally, and I'm so excited.
Yeah. Ellie's read up to chapter 25, so I have a few chapters here that she has not read yet. So
I look forward to them greatly.
Let's see.
I love both of your books so much. Like, I'm so excited for what you guys have next.
I'm excited for what you have next, too. I mean, the Skeleton Bride book was absolutely incredible. And I know that you have more books in that series, right?
Yes, there's going to be 6 that I'm planning.
That is it.
Especially since book 1 left off at a cliffhanger. I'm sure you're ready for that.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Cliffhangers are the best.
Yeah.
They are absolutely wonderful as a writer. As a reader, they just kill you.
I feel that. I love writing cliffhangers.
You are very good at them, too.
We have eager messages of like, what do you mean you're ending here?
Yes.
I need more.
I get that from Ellie quite a lot.
Yep.
We have some people in the comments, so hi to everyone who is here.
Hey, people.
Let us know what you will be working on today. I was debating if I wanted to work on Skeleton Bride or my Scooby-Doo retelling. I think I'm going to work on my Scooby-Doo retelling because I really do want to get some more headway in that one. So I think that's what I'm going to work on today.
Very cool.
So are you guys ready for the first sprint?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Okay. So is 30 minutes good?
Perfect.
Okay. So I will see you back in a half an hour.
See you then.
On the other side.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. We have another comment. Hi. So glad you could join us. Let us know what you're working on. So, how did everyone's sprints go?
Pretty good. I'm got the first couple of pages, and that's always like the hard part on a new chapter.
Yeah, definitely. How about you, Ellie?
I'm doing pretty alright. It was a little slow going at first, but then hit the flow, and that was nice.
Yeah. Getting started is the hard part. Once you get started, it's easier.
Yeah, I
And
agree. That's kind of how my sprint went. But I think I'm almost done with this chapter. I'm at this like really exciting part where like the group of people who used to be friends in high school kind of start going at it because they don't really get along much anymore.
Oh
Those scenes are fun.
Yeah.
It's like there's so much history, but also they kind of want to strangle each other. It's great.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot of that for a good portion of this book because they haven't spoken to each other in 10 years.
no! Oh man, the delicious, delicious drama.
But because they're all back in town for the first time in 10 years as well, and the mystery that they never solved in high school is kind of back, they are forced to be together to try to solve it.
Nice. Sounds like you're exploring a lot of really fun dynamics.
Yeah. Anything fun you guys are working on?
Yeah, I mean I'm at a chapter I've been kind of mentally planning for a while.
Ooh.
And now it's here. It's good to get it on paper. What's going on basically is after what happened at the end of book 6, there's a police investigation basically because
Yeah.
and there's been and
I'm sorry,
and
just the what happened at the end of book 6 is such a nice way to put that.
I have to enough information that we all know what I'm talking about, but not like spoilery. So yeah, the bad guy has been kind of a bit on a crime spree since then, and the people who are trying to catch him have been like, we don't even know what he's doing or why he's doing any of this. So like, let's just go back to like square one for a sec. So so you have the lead investigator taking Serafina back to the scene of the crime is what's happening right now, and Serafina is handling it like a trooper considering the situation, which means she's not handling well at all. She's, clearly on the verge of like a panic attack or something stuff, which I mean makes sense. She has not been back to this location since the thing happened. So she's just like she does not want to be doing this, but also she's like, she wants them to succeed and catch the guy. She doesn't think that they will, but she wants them to do it. It'd be great if they could send him to prison, but we'll see.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Poor Serafina.
Oh yeah, Serafina. This whole book is just a long exercise in how much can I put on Serafina before she snaps. There is a snap coming. It's going to be great.
I am both terrified and looking forward to that moment of the snap coming.
How about you, Ellie? What kind of scene are you working on?
So the main group of characters have gone to an orphanage to try to fix the place up a little bit. And Ari has invited her younger brother in particular to come and sort of help to act as a healer for the kids because they don't really know what they're going to be expecting going in, but they're expecting it to not be a great situation. And she mentions that he can mention it to their older brother, who she and him don't really have that great of a relationship, especially after the way things were left in B. And he does come, but now you're starting to see the issues that Rowan is experiencing with this older brother, with how overbearing and condescending he's being to him. And yeah. So that's kind of where we're at.
Sounds about right.
That sounds complicated.
I know there was a lot of complicated feelings at the end of B, so.
Yeah, and unfortunately, some of that probably isn't going to be fully resolved, or at least the resolution is going to be, you know what, sometimes distance is what's best. So. And this
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, healing is not always cookie cutter or one size fits all, right?
Yeah. Definitely. I'm so excited for this book. I've been waiting for this book for like ever. So.
Thank you. I'm excited to have you read it when it's all ready to go. Unfortunately, I'm finally getting to the end of part 2, and I believe there might be 3 more parts I need to write. It's gonna be a long one. It is. There's so much.
Well, I am all for a long book, even if it torments you a little bit.
Tormenting readers is the best part. It's why we do this.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. We're as horrible to our readers at times as we are to our own characters.
True. I know I told Ellie that my sequel to my Jasmine Press series might end up turning into a series instead of a standalone like I was hoping. And she was all for it. I was like, you're just relishing in my suffering right now.
Yes.
Ellie's just like, I'll read whatever you want to write. I'm cool with this. More book, better. You know?
Right. The more of it, the more I am happy.
Which... it always tends to happen to me because I never meant to make 10 novellas, okay? And then I had 10 novellas, and then there was an extra novella and a short story collection, all of which that wasn't planned. But
and
she
all
loves
of which
it.
The readers are very happy about.
You know, that's how this goes.
Oh, yeah.
I think readers love authors suffering as much as authors love readers suffering.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a wonderful relationship we have. It's
great. I always end up doing that. I'm like, okay, this book will be on more of the shorter side. I don't know why I always plan on trying to say, okay, will be a standalone. This will be a shorter book, because then 10 books later, and it's not the case.
10 brilliant books later.
Like, I've tried so hard to make my Scooby-Doo retelling into a standalone, but I'm still not sure if that's gonna happen. So we shall see. I want it to be a standalone, but I make no promises.
Is it wrong that I'm hoping it's not just a standalone? I mean, maybe there's a prequel in there somewhere too, even if it is a standalone, right? Because you have the whole like dynamic of these characters beforehand that you could explain.
Honestly, yeah. That could very well happen, because I end up making, even because there's always the main series, but a lot of times I end up making either a prequel or a sequel series, because apparently I just don't know when to stop, because ideas just don't stop coming. And because even though there will be some minor flashbacks, it will be interesting to see what they were like in high school, and to see maybe one of the mysteries they had to solve back then, and that would be interesting.
That would be very cool.
So thanks for giving me the idea. Now I kind of want to look at it, that idea.
I think you at least need to give a prequel of how they, got into the situation of starting to solve mysteries or whatever.
Just so you know, I fully blame Ellie if this turns into a prequel.
And hey, I'm just saying, there is so much amazing backstory to Tower of Memories. I did not complain about a prequel to see, that initial friend group. I'm just throwing that out.
I'm not doing a prequel. I'm not doing it.
Now, but I'm sure I can just.
I second it.
There's going to be enough books in this series without me doing prequels.
Well, I blame Ellie for Not Yours to Save becoming his own novella because she
Oh,
gave
that
me
is so good.
she gave me the idea of like I don't even remember how that conversation started, but she gave me the idea like what if Joan and Roxanne met, and the next thing I know, Joan and Roxanne are meeting. So
Uh,
I mean, in my defense, the Realm of Monsters world itself and the world building you have lends itself to the possibility. That's all.
if you're gonna have an afterlife that people can go visit and a character who is dead who probably would be very interesting to visit, then yeah, you know, you kind of put yourself in that situation.
I'm so glad that Ellie liked that novella though, because I was definitely worried just because I was afraid the trope and the idea behind it would turn a little too love triangle like, which I never am a fan of love triangles. But Ellie had great feedback for me, so that meant a lot because I was really worried about that novella.
See, one of the things I absolutely love about one of the many, many things I absolutely love about your writing is your ability to take a trope I otherwise am not the biggest fan of and turn it into something I absolutely love. Like, that is not an easy feat, and you accomplish it at every turn with every one of your books that I'm just like, well, now I'm sold. Okay.
Thank you.
You see, that's when you realize that's not really the trope, it's just how 95% of people execute it.
True.
True.
Because I've accidentally put a love triangle in this book, and I'm just like,
Oh.
I guess we're dealing with this. Nobody's happy about it.
Well, I'm sure that's the way one of the characters feels about it at this moment.
I'm sure Ellie and I are gonna be happy about it. So
I mean, it's so funny because yeah, it's technically a love triangle, but only one character out of 3 has any romantic feelings at all, and it's just like, why have you done this?
because there's so many reasons why I don't like love triangles, but the well, if you can even consider it a love triangle, and Not Yours to Save was kind of interesting because it's a whole point of love triangle is not knowing who is going to be the winner, I guess. But you already know that Khaleesi and Roxanne's going to end up together. Like, there's literally no future for her and Joan. And a lot of it is mostly just, like you were saying about how only one of them has romantic feelings, even though there are feelings on all ends. A lot of what's going on is actually in Roxanne's head, her own insecurities, because she knows how much Khaleesi used to love Joan. And so a lot of it was in her head, because Khaleesi, even though Joan was dead and kind of out of the race, it is Roxanne that Khaleesi wants to be with now. But Roxanne can't see past, I guess, Joan's ghost, you know?
And you set that up so brilliantly within the main Realm of Monsters series, especially that last book, that the carryover of that was just so well done. Like, that thread was just so well woven. It was incredible.
That means a lot. Because I know I'm worried about my Scooby-Doo retelling too, because this is the first time I'm working on more of a mystery angle than a fantasy angle, even though there will still be some fantasy elements. So I'm kind of worried about this one as well. A little different than what I usually write.
Mysteries are fun.
Yeah. But this one is going to be difficult for a lot of reasons, not just because I'm not used to writing mysteries, but for a mystery, at least the way I see it, you kind of have to have a full outline, because you have to have like you have to know what the mystery is, you have to know the clues and how to put them all together for the unmasking in the end. So you kind of have to have a full outline. You can't just go into it blind and hope it figures itself out. But every time I try to have even the smallest of outlines, I end up coming up with new ideas, which has already happened a little bit in this one. And it's like, but I already have an outline. How do I put in this new idea that I really want to execute? So
the most important thing for a mystery is basically giving a satisfying answer to, you know, whatever question you're asking, basically. You know,
yeah,
readers aren't going to care about the specific trail of crumbs as long as there is a trail of crumbs and an answer to, you know, who the murderer is or whatever.
Yeah.
So if you have to change up the clues a bit, then don't feel bad for doing that. As long as they're followable, as long as there's an answer at the end, you're good.
All right, thanks. Yeah, because I'm suffering a little bit over here writing this mystery. Because I'm not good at writing outlines. Like, I can write, like, a general outline, like, these are some storylines that I do once, but I don't have them in any specific order. It's just whenever they show up, sort of thing. I can't write a specific outline because I never can follow it. Because I come up with too many ideas as I'm writing that a lot of times the outline just goes bye-bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because I'm kind of like this too, so I kind of, because I don't have a strict outline. I couldn't, tell you the next, I know like the major plot points
Yeah,
roughly,
same.
but I purposely leave a lot of like the middle bits blank because I know how I am and I know I'm going to fill those in with whatever nonsense I think makes the most sense.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I am too.
I have a starting point and an end point. What road I take to get there is, entirely up to my mood.
And my characters, they go off script a lot.
Yeah, if I write a script, the characters are just going to be like, nah, we're good. We're going to do our own thing.
That happened. Sorry, what?
I think the closest I came to an outline was in Where the Heart Is, because it is sort of a prequel of two other books, and so it was sort of like I knew certain events I had to hit.
Yeah.
It was one where I knew where it was going to end, and that was, that's the closest I've ever come to working on an outline.
Yeah, because with a prequel, there's certain, you have to keep certain things consistent. If a character in this book told a version of the story, it has to, even if it doesn't match perfectly, match mostly with what they said.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Because depending on, how reliable that character is and how much time has passed, you have some leeway, but,
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's kind of fun, on the one hand, not working with an outline for certain things, because it becomes its own sort of fun challenge how to make it not into a plot hole by the time you reach the sequel, where you're like, okay, why would they do this in this book, and then in this book it's this? Oh, okay, I've got the answer now. It's great. Reliable information, sure. It's okay.
Yeah, that is a difficulty. I know I tried with the Queen of Monsters. I was when the Queen of Monsters was probably the longest book it took me to write, and that was because as I was writing it, I was taking breaks to write my novellas. And I think all my novellas ended up coming out before the Queen of Monsters came out. And except the Khaleesi's Adventures novellas, at least, not the Not Yours to Save novella. But so and because I kept taking breaks, I kept forgetting what I wrote. So that was fun. And then I had to and it was also the longest book I've ever written. I think it was over 800 pages. So I ended up trying, like, at some point to write an outline so I can kind of know what I'm supposed to be writing. And then I don't know exactly. I just kept going off book. Like, I kept coming up with new ideas that was not in the outline, and I just kept coming up with a new idea as I was writing. I was like, but that means I can't have this, and that means I can't do this. And I'm just like, okay, I give up on this outline. I'm just gonna write whatever. I eventually threw the outline out the window. So that was fun.
I don't write outlines, but I do have a compendium to help me keep kind of track of, like, stuff that has happened. Who has what color, what date did certain things happen on, what chapters did certain characters appear in.
I feel like especially that one piece of, like, where certain characters appear in certain chapters is, like, kind of have to have that for the kind of story you're writing.
Yeah.
Like, I have, like, little cheat sheets for, like, Maybelle's brothers and, age, order, and their occupation and stuff like that.
It's just like 30-something pages of just any information I think I'm going to need to reference back to at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that when I did my Monster Realm short story collections, where you finally get to see Roxanne's family for a change, because you saw them a little bit before she moved to the Monster Realm, but other than that, you haven't really seen her family. So when I started introducing her family, and you got to see them in a few of those stories, I had to write down all the siblings in order, write down which ones were married, which ones had kids, what the spouses' names were, what the kids' names were, which ones were in college, which ones were in high school, what their ages were.
Yeah.
Because she had a lot of siblings. She has like 10 siblings. So I had to try to figure out
Yeah.
the order where Roxanne was in
Made
that.
up.
I had to figure out who was this, who was that, and yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
Family trees can get chaotic. Yeah.
Very much so. In my most recent stories, I usually start wondering too much, so I go and force myself to write the last chapter so I know the whole mess is going to wind up eventually.
I mean, hey, if that works for you,
Yeah.
go for it.
Do whatever works for you. Because I know Ellie, I think, writes out of order, right? And I think that is so amazing, and because I could never do that. Like, I
could never keep track.
Yeah,
Ever.
exactly. If I have an idea,
I don't know what order any of this is gonna happen in.
Exactly. If I have an idea for a scene I want to write, I'll make sure to jot it down so I don't forget it, and then it'll come up whenever I feel like the time is right. But I could never write out of order. I would get too confused and not know where anything is or where I'm at. And I just think it's so amazing that you can do that.
Thank you. I could never write in order if my life depended on it. I have to write what comes, and then I sort of just stick it in the manuscript where I think it will fall. And then eventually when I think I have like enough there, I will start trying to stitch the scenes together.
I bet you writing a proper time travel story would be funny.
Oh, I've had ideas for time travel. But yeah, that would that would be very, very interesting. A little scary, to be honest, but yeah. I have a work in progress that I've sort of been dabbling with that's like historical fiction for Regency times. And I am very daunted just in general with the idea of trying to write something historical fiction. So to like throw time travel in the mix, I kind of feel like I need to tackle historical fiction before I could try to tackle time travel.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That sounds like fun. I know I have a lot of projects that you talk about that I'm excited for. I'm obviously excited for When the Morning Comes because B is one of the best series I've ever read, and I am so impatient for this book, okay? Especially since I've been wanting Ari to meet the characters from An Impossible Dream for like ever. And everything teased about her and Elsby. I need that like ASAP. But I'm also excited for book 2 in what is it called? The Uncanny Encounters, right?
Yeah, Uncanny Encounters.
You keep talking about you keep talking about that pirate series too, and A 7 Years Love. That sounds exciting as well.
Oh, that has been a lot of fun to do. A sapphic, witchy, Pirates of the Caribbean sort of meets Lady Hawk type of deal. It's been a lot of fun.
Sounds like it.
I have way too many ideas and not nearly enough time.
Same. There's so many stories I want to write, and so many that's like on the forefront of my brain. But I'm trying to work on just 2 at a time, like my Tales of the Grim Reaper and Scooby Doo. But these other ideas from stories that I want to write just keep coming to me, and I'm like, knock it off, knock it off.
Yeah, they get very loud and insistent when you don't pay them the attention they want.
I know what I've been thinking about a lot is my sequel to Jasmine Perez.
Oh my gosh, that one sounds so much fun.
Yeah, I have so many ideas for that, and I'm so excited. and I tried to hold it back because I want to work. I'm excited for these two stories I have because I'm excited to work on completely new projects. But at the same time, I do have some projects from older series that I also want to do. Like I have my Jasmine Press sequel. I have a sequel series for the Curse Light, and then I have a prequel series for the Realm of Monsters. And it's like too many ideas that I can't keep track of.
Somebody on Blue Sky was chatting with me about Oathkeeper recently, and it sort of made me go back and like revisit the entire novella. And I'm sitting there going, I had that idea for a second story set in the same world. Maybe I should start dabbling with that one too. So, and I have notebooks everywhere. My mom recently got me, I think it was for Christmas, these notebooks that are different colors, and you can put at the top what the like purpose is. So I have like this one is for when morning comes, this one is for 7 years love, and it's actually helping me keep my ideas organized so I know where my ideas are instead of rifling through 50 different notebooks and the thousands and thousands of notes on my phone.
That's wow, yeah.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I was at CVS just the other day picking up my mom's prescription, and I was looking at as I was waiting, I was looking at some notebooks and stuff, and I'm like, even though I don't use notebooks all that often, I think it's just a thing for writers to have a thing for notebooks. I was like, "Ooh, this notebook looks cool. Ooh, this notebook looks cool." I got none of them, but I started thinking, I was like, what if I use a different notebooks for each story so that I can write down my ideas for them instead of trying to go through, because I have a lot of notes on my notes app, not just for books I want to write, but also for YouTube videos I plan to film that I'm doing. And sometimes I have to look through like 100 different notes to find this ideas for the current book I'm writing, and a lot of times it can be a lot. So I started thinking the other day, I was like, what if I just got a whole bunch of notebooks so that I could have all my ideas there instead of just trying to find the notes on my phone?
It has been wonderful to have used the separate notebook method. I am not a very organized person. Anybody who knows me in real life would laugh at that understatement. I appear to thrive in the chaos of creativity, or my creativity thrives in chaos. So
sounds like me.
A hint of organization is helpful every once in a while.
Pardon me real quick. I will be right back. I have to step away for a quick moment.
Yeah, no worries. So I have so many ideas, just it's so hard. And I'm sure you're the same way. I mean, Alyssa's been working on Towers of Memories forever, but you and me work on so many different projects that sometimes it can be like a mind jumble up there.
Oh, very much so, yeah. Definitely. And it's funny because I don't have an issue keeping straight. Other things in my daily life I can't keep straight to save my life. When it comes to like jumping between 7 years love and when morning comes, I can keep everything straight like to a T.
Oh, me too. I mean, I'm also one of those people that can read more than one book at once. And I know some people can't because you're too afraid that you'll get them mixed up, but I can't. Even though I mostly read fantasy, a lot of times the books I'm reading are still so vastly different that it's very easy to keep them in track. So sometimes I can be reading 3, 4, 5 books at once because I'm also a mood reader. So whatever, even if I'm enjoying the book, sometimes I'm just not in the mood for that. So I want to move on to my other book. So it's really just
I wonder if there is a correlation between being somebody who is a writer and only working on one project at a time, being a reader and only reading one book at a time, versus being a writer who can work on multiple projects at once and a reader who can read multiple books at once.
Probably. I feel like that would make sense. I know I shared a snippet that you commented on of the prequel for the Realm of Monsters.
Yes! Oh my god, that's it! It was so good. I'm so excited. I am so excited for that. I'm excited for all your projects, and I love all of your books.
That means so much.
Oh my god. Callista is probably one of my all-time favorites. And so anything that involves more Callista, I'm just like super fan.
That means so much. Like, I saw a thing the other day that was like, what do you consider like success as a writer or something? And I like, honestly, just a few people who genuinely love my books, character
Yeah.
stories, whatever is enough for me. I mean, I may never reach like massive stardom, and I'm okay with that. But the fact that there is somebody who's read like all my books, who
Yeah.
labels one of my characters as their favorite, and I'm just like, that means everything to me.
Speaking of which, thank you for that. Because you do the same thing for my work and it is lovely. It really is.
Yeah, a couple of your characters I would say are some of my all-time favorites. I know Robin and Art and Sarah and Fra are some of my absolute favorite romantic ships of all time.
Thank you. That means a lot.
I mean, but Seraphina and Feathers are one of my favorite platonic relationships of all time. So I am obsessed with them. I have been obsessed with their dynamics since book one, and I don't even actually know why. I just absolutely love it.
Thanks.
Yeah, nope. Yeah, this stuff. We can't talk about that.
They have a great friendship, and that's all I'm going to say.
It's great. Yeah, there's definitely not a scene in a chapter that I haven't sent to either of you that I can't talk about right now.
That you haven't sent to me yet.
I told you there's a handful of chapters you haven't seen yet, so
that like Johara is going to really enjoy.
I mean, I sent Johara the same chapters I've sent you.
Okay.
So
Cool.
yeah.
Like, another
yeah.
scene? Tell us about it.
I don't think I can.
There was a lot going on in my personal life recently, but things are finally better, so I'm excited to delve into that. Hopefully sometime this week, I'm hoping. So I'm definitely excited to read what you guys are talking about, because I'm like so excited for more Towers of Memory.
Well, there's at least one or two fun Bethris scenes in the chapters I've sent, but there's another scene in chapters I have not sent to anybody that, yeah.
Oh. Is this a fluffy blanket and tea type of chapter?
It's not heartbreaking, but there's implications that are equal parts terrifying and maybe heartwarming.
Okay.
It's
Interesting.
well, it's a red scene, so obviously it's going to be an ominous conversation. But you know,
Oh man.
let me see if I can find it in my stack of papers here. I think it should be this one. I think. Yeah, it's here, and I'd have to skip over large chunks of that one. Yeah. Spoilers and things that only make sense in context.
Are you guys ready for another sprint?
So,
Sure.
I mean, I'm excited to jump back into this chapter.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so sprinting until 50. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Okay, see you then.
Bye.
Hello. How was your script?
Pretty good. I'm really happy with how this chapter is shaping up.
Nice. How about you, Ellie?
It's going pretty well. Almost done this one scene, so that's pretty exciting.
Nice. I just finished this scene, and the chapter's done now.
Nice.
Cool.
I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. It's all drama right now, but
Yeah, I think I'm about halfway through this chapter right now, so I'm
Nice.
doing all right.
nice. Is it a long chapter?
I hope not, because I'm currently at just over 1,000 words, and most of my chapters are usually 1,500 to 2,000. So for me, a long chapter is like over 3. So I'm like, I hope it's not that long. We'll see. We've had more of those in this book than any other book, which is something.
How's the chapter you're working on, Ellie?
It's going pretty good. I'm definitely more in sort of a stitching certain parts together type of deal with this chapter. And where I'm at, I'm almost done this one scene, and it kind of leads into a moment I already had written between Nick and Ari, so I'm excited for that.
Nice. I'm so excited to see Ari again.
It's been a lot of fun going back to her character.
Because it's like when the morning, or not when the morning comes, Rob book, the one about Clary, it's like we still got some of Sarah and Elspie a little bit, but with Ari, we haven't seen her since B, and I miss her. I love her.
I missed her too. It's been great to have her back in the mix.
So do you guys want to read a snippet that you guys have written?
Do I want to? Yes. Do I think I can without some spoilers? Probably not, but I'm going to try anyway.
You can go back a little bit and to find a snippet that doesn't have much spoilers. It will make it easier.
There's spoilers all over this book.
True.
So
Okay.
Well, the problem is I've introduced a new, very significant character relatively early on in this book. So obviously, every scene after that, there's a high probability of him being mentioned at some point. And of course, there's obviously, with this chapter specifically, massive spoilers for the end of book 6, because this is dealing with a lot of the fallout at the end of book 6. Because it's literally the lead investigator of, who is trying to catch that person who did the bad thing. And then you have Seraphina and Vivian. They're all in the room where it happened. They're talking it out slowly, kind of like working backwards to figure out what his plan was and what his plan might be for whatever it is he's been doing in the 4 months since the thing happened. Because he's been up to some shenanigans, and they're trying to figure out what he's doing so they can catch him. So that's why it's hard to read stuff without spoilers, but I'm going to try. I think there's a couple of segments I can.
Did you find a scene you want to read, Ellie?
That is a fantastic question. I can't even.
Okay. I've got something.
Do you want to go ahead and start?
Sure. Give Ellie more time to look. So just for context, I'm skipping the first paragraph of this chapter because for spoilers reasons. So yeah. It was up a flight of steps, a winding circular thing with thin holes in the walls. Windows or battlements. Either way, they'd been covered by other construction at some point. The holes used now as holders for lights. I didn't remember descending these stairs that day. I wasn't sure if I was conscious or not. I remembered pain. I remembered looking up at dim red lights that made stone look black from the shadows. Standing there, looking up at where his office was hidden away, my nightmare seemed to overlay on top of reality, flickering like my mind telling me what I already knew. The absence of that smell didn't change anything. The curse was growing, reaching closer and closer to my heart, cold and crackling in my veins. Camelot was watching my reaction, which made sense but still felt awful. I had no retreat to, nowhere to run and hide. Vivian was hovering too, but that felt less oppressive. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes for a moment. It made it feel worse. I could almost hear the shattering of death's echo again, the sound of metal shards scattering around the room. Yet when I opened my eyes, it was just an unlit stairwell with a thin shield of brown. Headmaster Pan's brown, just to keep the area blocked off for now. It wasn't an active crime scene, but it was best to keep the students out. Vivian went through first, probably to disable or grant permissions. Camelot went in after her. My turn. It was a little bit solid, like passing through a curtain made of shredded bamboo strands, coarse and not pleasant, with a smell like a bunch of different candles melted together. I kept my head down, focusing on my feet. Vivian was probably leading up the stairs, the lights activating and turning her purple. It wasn't enough to wash away the memories of the color that had been there last time, but I could see enough to not trip over my own feet. The walls felt like they were crushing me. The stairs to the echo chamber in Dragon Tower had been a small space, but this felt so much worse. I felt unsteady on my feet. There was something stale in the air, thicker than fog and dense as a dying star. Vivian's purple light wasn't dispelling whatever had taken hold of me. The door creaked open, the hinges whining and complaining for every quarter of an inch. I didn't want to go inside. I didn't want to be here. I wanted it. I inhaled while counting to 3, then exhaled for 5 seconds. Camelot was already in the room when I looked up. I felt like my body was trapped in the middle of an earthquake as I stepped over the threshold and into the office itself. And I'm stopping there.
Oh, that was so good.
Yeah.
Poor Seraphina.
This whole book could be called Seraphina Has a Bad Time.
Did you find what you wanted to read, Ellie?
Sure, I'll read a little bit of what I was writing. It is very relevant, so let's see. Also, I really can barely read my own writing at the moment, so sorry about that too. Rowan's initial attempts at more independent help, there were plenty of children who needed countless forms of care, were immediately shot down. He might have been able to swallow the disappointment and hurt for the sake of those in need if Nick had continually wounded him. An attempt at dealing with the minor cut was met with a condescending, "Did you wash it out, Rowan?" as though that wasn't one of the simplest and first lessons drilled into him at a very young age. The very shock at the inane question earned him a firmer, "Well, did you, Rowan?" Rowan's own, of course, was immediately bowled over with bombardments of a lecture of just how important of a step this was, as if it was news to Rowan. Gilly and Sally exchanged a look. When he grabbed a bandage to wrap a little child's sprained wrist, Nick plucked it from his hands with the type of "no" reserved for a naughty infant just learning to find mischief. Come on, Nick, Rowan complained. It's not like it's needle and thread. He was fine leaving that to a more experienced hand. If you wrap it too tight, there was that same tone, the I'm older and wiser and you know nothing kind of grating implication behind his every word. When have I ever wrapped them too tight? Rowan folded his arms. When was the last time you wrapped a wrist? I don't know, Nick. When was the last time you let me? Rowan shot back. That child's wrist still needs to be wrapped, Sally called. Well, it's hardly time to start practicing, Nick waved a dismissive hand. Rolling his eyes, Rowan moved to help a different kid. Nick called over his shoulder, giving the bandage a critical once-over. Did you sterilize these? Oh my God! Rowan threw his hands in the air. Gilly called him over to help her, hoping to give him a break from his older brother. Such a break did not last very long, and more than ever, Rowan regretted telling Nick at all. So, that's...
Yeah, brothers be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that sounds very interesting. It's gonna be a lot of. I just feel like there's going to be a lot of drama with the brothers being back.
Yeah, I've been trying to cut that down a little bit.
Oh.
So hopefully you don't see too many moments of arguing and such, and you can get on to the other.
But I want the arguing.
Yeah.
I just need to be careful that it's not too much, which it can easily become with a character like Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as entertaining as arguments can be, it's overdoing it makes it hard to keep readers on certain character sides.
Yeah. So
I'm going seems to write.
I'm going to read the last scene I wrote. The one I just finished, the one with drama.
Yay, drama.
Always good.
It was past 2 a.m. as the group gathered in the bunker. Matthew was the last to arrive, which was strange as he used to be the first to their meeting spot. Charlotte never took her eyes off the board, her mind racing. Noah slept on a chair as Knight was curled up by his feet. Avery was just looking at their old belongings they all left behind. Someone decided to show, Charlotte muttered. This isn't exactly my idea of fun anymore, Char, Matthew told her. Charlotte just rolled her eyes as she shook her head. Matthew took it upon himself to shake Noah and Knight awake, much to their dismay. Don't run away from me, Barry, Knight muttered in his sleep. I want to eat you. Noah rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. It's 2 a.m, and some of us will be in trouble if we're caught, Avery added. Noah and I have significant others who share a bed with. Matthew just brought a friend who is in a different room, and Charlotte, you didn't bring anyone. You both do not have to risk as much as we do. Matthew looked away sheepishly. If somebody refers to Oliver as his friend one more time, he might snap. But isn't that the point? For nobody in this wretched town to know the truth, and then he can return home and won't have to hide anymore? But will he ever be free of his family, old friends, if this town does not know the truth about who he is? Then go, Charlotte exclaimed. Nobody's keeping you here. Knight stretched. Aren't we supposed to do this together, and then we can go our separate ways? I am fully capable of handling this on my own. Clearly, Avery muttered. What's that supposed to mean? Charlotte asked. We agreed, Charlotte, Avery replied, to stop solving mysteries. This mystery, for our sake, our family, this entire town, but you never stopped. I did stop, and I already explained why I started investigating again. You could have started a life shard, Noah told her. We all did. Maybe you can let go of the past. Forget about our bullies and our parents and our friendship, Charlotte told them, tears brimming. Forget about the way people saw us. Forget about being banished and outcasted and ostracized. Forget about being seen as the enemy, even though we fought for these people the whole time. Maybe you can forget that there is still danger here, that the people who are still being tormented, even if they cannot see it, I cannot stop this. Maybe I'll be better off on my own. Maybe I always was. That's not fair, Matthew told her. When has life ever been fair to any of us? Everyone got silent, and Charlotte wiped her tears as Knight walked over, nudging her hand, but she just walked away, crossing crossing her arms, making him whimper. Avery kicked the small table in anger as Charlotte's handbag fell. Sighing, she picked it up, picking up its contents, but she froze. She picked up a necklace that had a crystal on it. She remembered it. They all had one. She stood up, holding it high. You still have it? Avery asked. You kept it? Charlotte turned around, her jaw set. Matthew, Noah, and Knight all gasped. None of them had the heart to get rid of theirs, but they didn't take them with them when they left town. They left it at their parents' houses with other things they didn't care enough to take. They didn't want a reminder of what they were leaving behind. I never could part with that, Charlotte replied. Charlotte walked over and took it from Avery, her thumb brushing over the crystal. Her and Noah and Knight only recently learned what this crystal even meant. The Tiger's Eye Crystal, a metamorphic chantillon gemstone known for its golden brown silky stripes, often used to promote confidence, courage, and grounding energy, as well as deflecting the evil eye. But it was more than that for them. Back when they were 14, it was a symbol of their friendship, to showcase their love, that no matter what would happen in the future with the many monsters they had mastered, their parents trying to keep them apart, their friendship was stronger than any of it, and their love remained. But 14 years later, everything had changed. It was a symbol of our friendship, Matthew muttered. It meant everything to us, all of us. Charlotte ran out of the bunker as the others followed. They all ran after her until she reached a lake, her eyes watery. Char, Noah muttered. What friendship? It's dead, and I'm done caring. I'm done holding on when none of you care. That's not true, Avery insisted. Our friendship is over, Charlotte told them. She held out her hand as the necklace fell, letting the current take it as it disappeared in the water. The group stared at her as she simply walked away, never looking at any of them. This was it. Whatever was left in their friendship was being dragged by the current.
Oh. You write these moments that are just like camera zoom in to this one, like, and it's just like, oh, my heart.
You do realize when you publish it and you go to events, you have to bring a bunch of these with you.
Yes.
You do realize that's going to be how that's going to happen, right?
Book swag.
Yeah, that was a fun scene to write. I feel like it's been kind of one of those scenes that's kind of been inevitable because they've all been holding back so much, and then finally they're not holding back from their anger from the past anymore.
Oh. But letting it go in the water. Oh. Does she get it back? Does she get another one?
I don't want to spoil anything, but I'll say that there is a magical element around these crystals. So let's just say even though it's gone, it's not gone. It won't be forever.
Okay. Good to know.
It was a very rough draft, so...
Well, for a very rough draft, it was really good.
So Ellie, I know you work on several projects. Do you know which project might be ready for publication first? Or are you still not sure?
I'm going to guess that 7 Years Love is probably going to be ready for publication first. It's a much shorter story than When Morning Comes. And yeah, and 200 Years, I've only got like the first page and a couple notes down, so.
Well, I'm excited for all of it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I know, Alyssa, that you finally revealed the cover for book 5. Do you know when you might be releasing it?
I mean, it's out now on
is it?
Itch. So, yeah. I don't know when book 6 is going to be, like, out, though. I mean, Patreon has a bunch of stuff up on it. So if you want to read what the contents of book 6, it's up on Patreon. $1 a month subscriptions. You can. So there's that. Yeah, I've got stuff I need to work on.
I know I'm working on getting my books out on audiobook.
Oh, fun.
Oh, audiobooks is a mess. Good luck with that.
That's awesome, though. Do you know what you're going to be using for that?
What was it called? Was it it's called ACX or something like that?
Very cool.
Yeah. I was talking to another author who already has her books out on audiobook, and she was explaining it to me, and I still need to look more into it because I haven't yet, but she was explaining to me how it worked, so.
Nice. Which one
Yeah.
are you planning on doing first for audiobook?
I was thinking about The Realm of Monsters.
Nice.
I have this one on audiobook.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've been there and that. Well, I'm like, not a ton of fun, but I mean, it's still cool.
Yeah.
Did you wind up using ACX2 or did you go a different route?
That's where I put it at first. I think it's still technically up there, but stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff's complicated. But yeah, it's there and it's on the Patreon if people want to give that a listen.
Nice. Do you think you'd go like trying to put the rest of the series up too, or are you kind of like done
I
with
keep thinking about it, but the person who I did it with the first time would be very, very expensive. So it's just kind of out of budget range right now, basically.
I understand that?
Have you ever thought about putting your books on audiobook, Ellie?
I have. I looked into it I looked into ACX a few years ago, and then life happened and I couldn't quite figure out what I was doing. And it's one of those things I would love to like sit down and try to figure out again. I know that there's or at least there used to be a like royalty split, I think that some narrators would be,
Yeah.
sometimes willing to do and stuff like that. But I know it can be really hard to find a narrator, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the royalty split is what I'm going to be looking into, and then their cost will come from royalties as well, so that you don't have to like pay a lot up front and stuff.
Yeah. So eventually, it's on the list of things to look into.
Yeah, sounds about right. The life of an author, right?
Yes. Endless lists and more things always get added to it.
Pretty much.
I know a couple authors who figure out ways to do it themselves. And if I was more confident in my reading out loud ability, that's a route I might explore just because of a lack of budget and stuff like that. But I feel like that too would involve a lot of research just to figure out how to like do that, let alone how to get it uploaded where you want it to be uploaded.
Yeah. I feel like that would do a lot. And honestly, I feel the same way. Like, I would do it myself, but I don't feel confident enough in me reading it out loud.
I mean, only one way to build confidence.
True. Maybe I start with a one of my smaller books.
Start with your least favorite.
My least favorite book? It's a good idea. I'm trying to think which one is my least favorite book.
Yeah, I know that might be a hard decision to make, but I'm just.
It's like, these are all my babies.
I love them all in different ways.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Are you guys up for another sprint?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. Come back at the top of the hour.
Sounds good to me.
Perfect.
Awesome. See you then.
See you then.
Hello. How's your sprints?
It's going well.
Yeah? Making progress?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm very happy with how things are going.
Nice. I finished another chapter. This one was a bit on the shorter side, but this is definitely going to be an exciting storyline because somebody's been framed. Dun dun dun.
Oh no. Is it one of the gang?
Yeah.
Good.
Mm.
Well, then that forces them to get involved.
Very good so.
And I was getting the vibe from the last chapter that they're gonna something's gonna need to force them to, face whatever this is, and they'll do it.
Yeah. It's because they keep saying, okay, I don't want any part of this, and then something happens. Like there was one part where Charlotte got injured, and then they're like, okay, we're gonna have to face this, and then they're all fighting again, about to split up, and then someone gets framed, and it's like, man, are we allowed to quit?
No. The universe says no.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So, with the three characters I have in this scene, they've finally started to piece together what the bad guy's plan might be,
Interesting.
based off, or at least how he pulled off what he did at the end of book 6.
Okay.
That's good. Progress.
Interesting.
Yeah. So you kind of have this moment of slowly working backwards from how did he know she was going to be there? Why wasn't a certain lock working correctly? Why didn't this plan work? Or why didn't this, kind of backup situation work out? Yeah.
Was he working alone?
That's something they're trying to figure out. I mean, I know the answer to that question, but I can't tell you. But,
Ellie's trying to pry out answers.
Just saying, you both tell such amazing stories. I want to know.
So do you.
the reason I can't answer that question is because I have plans for how I want to end this school year. And if I tell you how I want to end the school year, or if I tell you, whether or not he's working alone right now, that ruins those plans. It's
I don't want to cause any trouble, but do you know how many books is going to be here?
You kind of glitched out for a second.
Do you know how many books is going to be in the school year?
I'm thinking 3.
Okay. A little shorter.
Less books, but they might all be longer than the previous book. So the year total, word length, might be about the same anyway, just split up differently.
How do you decide when to split up the book?
For me, it's about what the major conflict actually is. The reason I have it split up the way I do in the first year is because, to me, I have some of them here, so we're going to have a demonstration. The main focus of this was, them being in different towers. So once they're all in the same tower, we start here.
Makes sense.
And this is them kind of settling in and figuring that out. And this one was centered entirely along the Parents' Weekend.
Right.
And then this one's main thing was winter break and stuff. So that's kind of how that ended up happening. What's going to end up happening here is different situations. Because this first book is mostly centered around some of the fallout from book 6 and also the big conflict between the new guy and Seraphina and Fethris and that situation. I mean, I don't know if it'll be fully resolved, but like the biggest emotional like impact from that's going to be, in this book.
Yeah.
And the next book is the Wraith fight.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
I
gonna
already
be
know.
fun.
I don't know if I'm prepared for it yet.
I'm not prepared for that. That's going to be a while. Okay, we are not. I still have a lot of chapters in this book left to go, and that's not going to be like a beginning of the book. That's going to be like towards like at least the last third. So I have a while before I get there.
Gotcha. Lots of exciting stuff.
Mostly me questioning my life choices.
Life choices we're all enjoying, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm glad someone's having fun with this. Yeah.
So how's your writing going, Ellie? Anything exciting?
I finished the scene with Nick and Rowan, and I moved on to a different scene that happens at the orphanage, where let's see, how do I really enjoy complicated relationships. Okay, so you might remember Lady Evangeline in Where the Heart Is as being an ally to Clary.
Mm-hmm.
She winds up having a connection to Sarah as well. And she's sort of been helping Sarah and Fra from the perspective of like the woman who is the most rich among all the estates and everything. And she has now introduced Sarah to a friend of hers named Lady Silver, who I really love this character, and I'm so excited to finally get to introduce her. And
Nice.
she winds up having these other connections to other things going on.
Ooh.
Cool.
Yeah.
I love a big moment where it's like things are finally connecting, and
It's so great. I love
that's
that.
gonna be fun.
It is very exciting when it all starts to like come together.
Yeah.
It's especially fun because like I don't always know how it's all going to come together, especially with the way I write. And so the idea that like I know there's going to be this whole thing that occurs with the guilds, and this like ripple effect of the way people feel about Fra and Sarah and everything. And then there's another moment that occurs at the orphanage that involves different members of like the Wood Guild. And it was like, this is the perfect start of the string. So it's very, very exciting.
I do love those moments where everything's coming together.
When the gears finally all start clicking, and you're like, oh, this is how this machine works.
Yeah, exactly. And I love all your characters, so I'm excited to meet this character. Except for the king, he can die. Oh wait, he did die! Yay!
Pretty sure there's something about making omelets and breaking eggs, something like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Then again, I hate a lot of Henry's siblings too, except for Fra, because Fra's a sweetheart, but everyone else, they suck. I mean, Rochelle, that's her name, right?
Yep.
I have mixed feelings about her sometimes.
I'm very happy to hear. I'm glad, because I had a lot of fun with her, just in the sense that I have a lot of mixed feelings about her too. And it was kind of fun to toss in a sort of villainous character that you're kind of like, I can kind of understand where she's coming from, even if she
Yeah.
really sucks.
Those characters that are more on the like morally gray side, like yeah, they may not be the best people, but you also kind of see where they're coming from, can be very interesting. There's a lot you can do with them.
Yes, there definitely is.
I mean, it's always fun when a villainous faction at least has a point, even if they're going about it in ways you disagree with.
Yeah.
Like the core argument they want to make. At least, okay, there's at least a little bit of something there. Yeah. They're trying to solve a problem that needs a solution. Maybe not their solution, but a solution.
Yeah. Those are always interesting because it's like you're not supposed to side with the villain, but in those cases you kind of do. You don't side with the way they're doing things, but the reason behind it, you're like, okay, this person has a point, and maybe they're even a little bit right. Who's your guys' favorite villain you've ever written?
I mean, I haven't answered that question, but I can't say the name because spoilers. But it's the person who is revealed to be a villain at the end of book 6.
That was a great reveal.
Yeah.
That was.
And what I love is that I dropped so many little hints that like something was up, and then you get the reveal, and nobody seems to have expected it. Like a few people have gotten to there and are like, "That's not who I was expecting." Like no one seems to have guessed it, which is either a really good sign or a very bad sign. So far, I'm leaning towards it's a good sign.
I think it's a good sign. I think, especially because you are right that when you go back and you look at it, it's all right there. And yeah, you did that really well.
Yeah, you did. And I always love like reveals where there are hints throughout, and then but you still don't catch on them. Like they're subtle enough that you don't catch on the hints, so it still shocks you. And then when you go back to reread, you can like, oh my gosh, it was right here in front of me the entire time.
Yes, those are the best.
What will be a really funny reading experience is getting to the chapter I'm currently working on, then going back and rereading book 6 to like be like, you did mention that he is in fact involved in this and this and this. And you outright point out, these 3 things that were very weird. The chapter where everything starts to go down is like, wait a minute.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know I mentioned being a little nervous about my Scooby-Doo retelling, but one thing I'm nervous about for sure is the unmasking. I hope it's not too obvious. I want it to be one of those things like we were just talking about, how it's like you don't see it coming, but then when you look back, it's like, oh my gosh, it was actually so obvious. That is my goal, but we'll see how that turns out.
I'm sure you're going to accomplish it.
I'm only like a fourth into this book. It's gonna take forever. Probably won't publish it this year like I originally intended.
Yeah.
I'm still holding out hope that I can get When Morning Comes out by the end of this year. But the way it's going, it might be a bit longer than that.
I'm sitting here and I'm looking at my stack of completed chapters, and I'm like, I think I at minimum have like maybe 15 more to go, and I'm at chapter 30.
Oh wow!
So like, oh boy, I have a lot to go still. There's still quite a few things that need to happen. Reference: this is a stack.
That's a lovely stack you got there.
And this is the chunk you haven't read yet.
Oh wow! just reach through the computer, right, and be like, I'll just take that.
Well, these are the versions that are like all marked up with pen and stuff because these are my edits. So you'd be able to be like, oh, that's your editing process. And then next you'd be like, oh look, ooh, pretty colors, because I edit chapters in different colors depending on like what's being talked about or what characters are in the scene.
Oh, cool. It's a very cool idea.
Yeah. So I have this pen for chapters that are centered on the new guy. This one's for Jake.
Of course.
This one's for Fethus. So yeah, that's great.
Nice.
That is awesome.
And I have these for the bad guys.
Ooh.
What color do you use for Seraphina?
This one, usually.
Of course. That would make sense.
This one is for flashbacks to the city. It's kind of hard to see on this camera, but this is like a dark blue.
Oh, cool.
And then this one is for like dragon or like echoes and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah. And then I have like a few dozen assorted other colors in here for, stuff.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
It's fun and it kind of helps keep me organized. I use almost any color except black for my edits because it's easy to see when it's, oh, if it's a color, then it's, my edits. If it's black, then it's just the regular typing.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Nice visual for that as well.
Yeah.
I have a fun question. So, is there a certain type of scene that you guys find that you write a lot in different projects?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh.
I have an answer, but I'm trying to figure out how to word it. It's like when they argue, but they're also finally being honest with each other for the first time about whatever it is that's upsetting or bothering them or has been boiling for them for a while. Like you get a bunch of scenes of them not quite telling them the other person what's going on, and then they finally just kind of let it all out, and they both argue and yell at each other, but then they finally are on the same page. So just like, finally.
Those are good scenes.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. What about you?
I noticed that I like a lot of flashbacks or dream sequences.
Those are good ones. I can tell a lot. Like, I feel like, especially with like flashbacks in particular, that it like informs so much of the character itself and this moment and the story and everything. Like to really be able to see the backstory rather than just necessarily hearing it.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I struggle with writing flashbacks like in the moment. It's easier if I feel like I should do them, to do them in like the intermissions, which is what I tend to do. But I noticed that like in the text itself, I do almost no flashbacks.
Interesting. I mean, you kind of also have the echoes, I imagine, that kind of lets you sometimes get around some of that stuff too, right?
Sometimes. The echoes are mostly there to kind of both explain why certain things are the way they are, but also, it lets me kind of open the chance to see things that, happened when a character wasn't in a room. Especially when you have characters that are very rarely fully honest with each other. Because, like, thanks to the echoes, we now know that Lucinda, like, saw what happened with the spider incident.
Right.
So, I mean, she heard about it, obviously, but there's, a difference between knowing a thing happened and seeing it. And, of course, we have, the opportunity to see handfuls of Hearth ancestors and moments of characters arguing. It also gives me a chance to catch up, characters who are maybe just entering the story for the first time on certain events.
Yeah.
I have a eye that certain characters have been seeing echoes of things, and that's led to him jumping to conclusions that aren't fully true, but have a fragment of truth in them. But he's misinterpreting a little bit.
It definitely seemed like a good vehicle and tool. And I really enjoy the way you utilize it in your story.
Yeah. Part of me keeps thinking I could use them more, but every time I think that, I'm like, where would be a good place to put one? And then I'm like, eh.
I think a lot of my books tend to deal with some element of belonging. Like, characters who don't always feel like they belong, finally finding a place to belong. And I think my work has, like, a scene that I think is typical in my work and is inevitably at least one moment within all the chaos of feeling that connection. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I just write the stuff. I don't know.
Well, you write it beautifully. I know in my Tales of the Grim Reaper series, the formatting is definitely different than it that I've written, and it's kind of in like a couple different timelines. Like there's, like I like I said, I write a lot of flashbacks in other projects, but there's more flashbacks in this one than any other thing, because the whole point is understanding how, because in a lot of books you read or write or whatever, you start out with the thing with everything happening and unfolding, but here Anastasia already started the rebellion like ages ago. The Grim Reaper already is in power, so the flashbacks kind of help you understand how that all happened.
Definitely.
Yeah,
not to mention little glimpses of the future happening as well, so there's like 3 timelines.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things I thought was really cool about it, was how it was like 3 timelines and the way it all came together. Like it would, and the setup of it really lent itself to that type of storytelling in and of itself. From my perspective.
That means a lot, because I was starting to get a little worried about it, because I had that feedback from one person who read it who said that it was a little hard to follow, and maybe it just wasn't like her type of book, but I feel like the way it's set up is for the multiple timelines, which isn't for everyone,
Yeah.
But at least for this book, I felt like the flashbacks were important, and she was making it sound like maybe it would be better if I like cut some of them or something. And I'm like, but all these flashbacks are important.
It also felt like, as the reader, the way you transitioned from the different timelines into one another felt like so natural. I just imagine it would be really hard as a writer to go back and try to take something out, because it's so tied into everything else going on around it.
Yeah.
Or at least it seemed that way.
Well, it makes me happy that you enjoyed how it was.
I really enjoyed it. I thought it was phenomenal, and I'm greatly looking forward to the next one.
Well, I'm excited to start the next one. I haven't actually started it yet, but I'm excited for it. Because the flashbacks in book 1 was about how the Grim Reaper got into power. The book 2, the flashbacks are going to be how the rebellion even started.
That's going to be really cool to see. And again, I feel like you've kind of also laid the groundwork for that as well. I feel like we started to see the start of that spark of it beginning, even if we
Yeah.
haven't fully gotten to see how it all started. If that made sense.
He did.
Yeah. And you're gonna
Did
see
you-
more of Anastasia and Tyra's friendship.
I am
Because
looking
she was by her side the entire time, helped her start the rebellion. She's her second in command.
Tyra's an awesome character.
I'm glad you think so. I have a lot of exciting plans for her story.
Do we learn more about how she wound up dead?
Yes. Yes.
I feel like you kind of like have to tell people how major characters died if you know if the fact that they're undead is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Like I feel like top 10 questions you need to at least have in the back of your mind, if even if you don't like tell readers.
I'm not sure when. I already kind of have an idea of how she died. I'm not entirely sure when I'm going to reveal it, but it will be revealed because I think that, especially with the arc I have planned for her, it's going to have to be mentioned eventually. That's all I can say without spoiling too much because her arc is a huge spoiler. You get nothing. You get no details.
Darn, are you sure? Because I wouldn't mind the details.
Ellie wants
I know,
all the tea
yeah.
all the time.
Yeah, she tries to pry stuff out of us.
Can you blame me? Especially when you leave off with those cliffhangers?
Well, I mean, there are some things I knew that was going to happen in book one, obviously. Like I explained before, there are some things that I know, but a lot of things I leave to the imagination and I just come up with it. I knew Anastasia's big grand entrance at the end was going to happen. I always knew that. That was always something that was going to happen. One thing I did not know was what happened when, I don't want to spoil too much, but when one character went missing. That sort of just happened, okay? That was all Mitchell's doing, not mine.
I mean, that's one of the benefits of being a writer, right? You can just sort of blame the characters, and there's a truth to that, right?
Yeah.
It's absolutely
I
their
have
fault.
no control over my characters. What are you talking about?
They do whatever they want. I have no power here.
And what's funny is only as authors truly understand that feeling, you know? My mom is always like, "You're the one that wrote them." And I was like, "Yeah, but they don't listen to me."
they don't care about my opinion in the slightest. They just do whatever they
No.
want.
It definitely feels more like I wander after my characters with a little notebook, and they just tell me stuff, and that's what I get to
That's exactly how it feels.
Honestly, sometimes it feels like Seraphine and I are roommates, and she just like comes home, slams the door, face plants herself onto the couch. It's just like, you will not believe the day I have had. And that's kind of the vibe, honestly.
Sounds about right. Are you guys up for another sprint? Or do you guys have to get going?
I'll give you another sprint.
Yeah, I could definitely do another one.
Okay. So it's 30 after, so how about 30 minutes to the top of the hour?
Sounds
Sounds
good.
perfect.
Awesome. See you then.
See you then.
Hello.
Hello.
How was your sprints?
I think I finished this chapter.
Ooh, nice.
Nice.
Oh boy, things are getting stressful.
Oh,
we got some fun lore though.
Ooh.
that's always fun.
We learned the name of the prison the Maripin is in, so that's fun.
Interesting.
Hmm.
I was trying to figure out like why is that a topic of conversation?
How about you, Ellie?
It's going really well. Yeah, it's going really well. Sometimes I worry a little bit that the information might be boring, but we shall see.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think it will be.
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
I'm sure it's going to be amazing as everything you write.
Thank you. More of Lady Evangeline and Lady Silver talking to Sarah about who Lady Silver is.
Ooh.
Stuff like that.
That's interesting.
Sounds like it'll be important, and I'm here for it.
What about you?
So since we started talking about Tales of the Grim Reaper, I decided to start book 2 finally.
Ooh.
So a bit of a switch on WIPs, but I finally, because it was recently when I started thinking about how I was even going to start this book, and I had an idea, so I decided to go ahead and start it. And it starts off with Vivian, and she's kind of like showing, because something I realized I want to do more in this book, because in book 1 it was so much of the war and the rebellion and Anastasia's life that we didn't actually get too much of what Vivian's life is like. You saw her a little bit, but most of what you saw Vivian had to do with her best friend Waylon. So this book, you're definitely going to see more of what Vivian's life is like, her school life, her home life, her swimming life. So you're going to see more of Vivian's life, which is exciting.
Very nice.
I'm
so
definitely excited.
I feel so bad for Vivian and what we already know that
I
she's
know.
sort of been kind of dealing with, and now to like see some of it and learn more is gonna probably be very heartbreaking, I imagine.
Probably. But I'm definitely excited. You're starting off to see a little bit about how she's dealing with the aftermath of what happened at the end of book 1. You're going to see how Anastasia's dealing with it too. Anastasia's not taking it very well. So,
Aftermath's fun.
yes, there was a huge aftermath in book 1. So now, kind of like how you're dealing in book 7 with the aftermath of book 6, a lot of my characters are dealing with the aftermath of book 1. So, we're kind of in the same boat there.
Yeah. I think I've given readers just enough to speculate on what the bad guy's plan is going to ultimately be, but like haven't actually told you guys. So it's gonna be great. You're gonna be like, wait, how is this connected to this, connected to this?
Ooh.
I look forward to it greatly.
Me too. Ellie's kind of the same boat too, because I feel like this book has a lot to do with the aftermath of B as well.
Very much so.
We're all just dealing with the aftermath here.
Yes.
I mean, that's what happens when you set off narrative grenades on your main characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot to clean up after that. It's great.
And it's a lot of fun to do it too.
I have no idea when missing person is going to come up and be rescued, so we shall see. I feel like that'll be fun.
Oh. Oh. Poor missing person.
You will eventually see. I don't know when you're gonna actually see missing person in this book. But at first you're going to see it's mostly in Vivian's visions.
Interesting.
Yeah. Vivian's visions is a fun storytelling method. There's so much you can do.
I imagine so with that. I really enjoyed the moments too where you're not always sure whether or not you're in her vision.
Oh yeah.
That was so well done where I was like, wait, what?
You're like, are we in the past? Are we in the future? Where are we?
You never know. Especially because Vivian's visions were like about like the future, but then you start seeing even the past, and in this book you see some of the present too, because she's seeing what's happening to missing person kind of currently instead of seeing the future or the past. So it's like there's so much with her visions that is still evolving, and she still has zero answers.
I'm definitely looking forward to learning those answers.
Oh, you get answers. I just don't think they're gonna be for a couple books. So
That's the best part.
I know you're gonna have to wait, just like Vivian.
Darn.
But there is one answer that I feel like is either going to get answered, if not this book, the next book. I feel like it's going to get answered relatively soonish, and that will be what exactly happened to make Vivian activate the scythe, because I know you had questions about that.
Yeah, I have been. Yeah,
because that will be a topic of conversation in this book, because that's something they're trying to figure out as well.
The scythe is so interesting. It is like a character all on its own. It's fascinating.
I have a lot of fun with the scythe. Lots of answers that still need to be answered. A lot of questions that still need to be answered after book one, I feel like.
Definitely.
So many questions that are still like everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, that was only book one. You still have 5 books to go, so we'll get to the answers eventually.
We'll get there when we get there. It's fine.
Or anything.
What?
You guys don't hook your readers or anything.
No, the best part is when you give them one answer, but then that answer brings up like 2 or 3 more questions. You're like, wait a minute. If it's that, then what were these other things?
Yep.
I feel like the answer to the scythe question could potentially do that, so.
Interesting.
I have a lot of plans and I'm so excited. I love that feeling when you like starting a new book, even if it's a continuation of a series, and it's like you have so many ideas and you're so excited to jot them all down for readers to find out all these things that you have planned, like all the reveals, all the questions. You get so excited for the readers to see all this.
Yes, very much
even
so.
before you write it down.
The first third of this book was kind of like that because of the new character and bringing him in and that situation. Because I have a ton of plans for that character.
A ton, you say?
I mean, I wouldn't have put him in the main cast if I didn't have like plans.
Definitely intrigued.
He is not ready for this. I'm just going to say it again. He is not ready for what is about to happen.
Are our characters ever?
No.
I mean, he's even less prepared than everybody else. He's not built for this.
So, question: in your current WIP, which character's story arc are you most excited for at the moment?
Oh.
I just love hitting you guys with the hard questions.
I haven't answered this question. Well, there's two character story arcs kind of stuck together right now because, yeah, and not so it's the Fethris and New Guy's story arc because I mean they're on separate story arcs, but they're very intertwined right now. So you can't tell one without telling the other.
Fun.
I have been working on Graceland's a lot recently, and I am really excited for hers. I mean, I'm excited for all of them, and there's such a huge cast of characters, but Graceland was a character that I feel like sort of slipped through the cracks, and she kind of wanted it that way. And now you really get to see more of how she wound up where she was, but also getting to reclaim all these things she lost. So that's good.
Nice. Ooh, I'm so excited for her character arc.
And she got a happy ending.
Yay! Nice.
What about you?
That's hard.
You asked this question.
I know.
You prepared for this.
I know. Cause it's like I have a couple that I'm definitely excited for. I'm definitely excited for Anastasia's, though Anastasia's a bit different because you already start the book out knowing kind of where her story ends. But I am excited for the journey of her getting there. But every other character, you don't really know where their story takes them. So I'm definitely excited for Tyra. I said my two choices would be Tyra. Tyra's is different though, just because of what exactly her story arc is, but there's a lot of huge spoilers, so I cannot really just say anything. Tyra's entire story is a secret, okay? You don't get anything.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Vivian is another one I'm excited for. I have huge plans for where her story takes her as well. So those two story arcs I'm definitely excited for. And I think readers are going to be excited for them too.
I also feel like because in the beginning of your book you mention certain characters, and I noticed you don't mention others, and
Yeah.
and so I feel like that's another case of like we don't really know where this story is going for certain.
Yeah, pretty much. I did that with Tyra on purpose. So there's a lot for you. Like Tyra's story is gonna put you on an emotional roller coaster. Okay.
I look forward to it. It's gonna be wonderful.
Just be looking out for. The only thing I'll give you is look out for book 3. That is where her story really takes off. Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah.
In a good way, or in a like heartbreaking, fluffy blankets and warm tea type of way?
Yes.
Door number 2. Are you
Just
ready?
collecting those readers' tears.
Are you
We
prepared?
live for.
I'm not prepared. I already know what's gonna happen, but I'm not prepared.
Yeah. There's a couple scenes still like that in this book. I'm not prepared to write, but now I'm gonna have to eventually. I'm just
Yeah,
like, this
I
is
feel
gonna
that.
suck. Because
I think Ellie's having a breakdown over there.
I mean, the scenes that upset me the most to write aren't actually like the crazy scenes, but they're the scenes where the characters are at their like highest emotionally.
Yeah.
So the scene I'm most like, I gotta be sure I nail this one is when Seraphina does snap, finally, which is what we've been building to this whole book. Because there's a lot of pressure coming from a lot of different areas, and
Oh yeah.
we might see Seraphina finally lose her temper with people who are not helping the situation at all.
I mean, she's
Yeah.
dealing with so much, and it feels like it keeps getting piled on.
Every character needs that time to snap eventually.
So writing Seraphina like actively yelling at people is going to be a situation. Because Seraphina doesn't yell very often.
True.
She shouts occasionally when kind of forced into it, but like actual angry, furious yelling is going to be a thing.
No doubt what she's feeling then for them, huh?
I mean, especially with the other stuff that goes on when Seraphina gets emotional, you know? So it's just this image of her just screaming while her veins are changing color from the curse stuff, and it's just like,
oh yeah, because she's got that other element to it where it's the interaction first.
So certain characters are gonna like see what this stuff does to her properly for the first time, because a lot of the characters kind of know, but they don't like it doesn't fully click yet just what these things mean. And part of that is because Seraphine doesn't like talk to people about how much pain she's actually in most of the time, because she's like, they can't help me, so why bother telling them? And I'm like, it's not productive.
Yeah, seeing that is definitely going to be hard. I'm kind of nervous for, but excited for nonetheless. Would be having to do with Tyra at the end of book 3, because there's going to be a lot of emotions there too, and like the emotion scenes can be very hard to nail. And like you were saying about wanting to perfect the emotion in that scene, this is a scene I definitely want to perfect the emotion for in as well. How about you, Ellie? Do you have an emotional scene you're writing towards?
Yeah, I mean, one is technically in like 3 separate pieces, and I have to kind of combine it. But there's there's a the moment coming up between Nick and Ari that's going to be pretty emotional.
I've been looking forward to this headway since like book 1. Okay, so like I'm here for it. I'm probably not ready for it, but I'm here for it.
Hopefully, I do it justice.
I'm sure you will.
There's a lot of confronting grief and guilt and stuff like that for a lot of these characters. I wrote an emotional scene where Mulvinius, who is mentioned in Where the Heart Is, and you kind of see him in Clary's imaginings, where he comes to the castle looking for her. Keeping in mind that he has loved her for like 17 years and has not been able to get her or see her in this time.
I'm gonna need a fluffy blanket, aren't
I? Yeah, he's definitely a very tragic character.
I'll get my tissues ready.
But yeah, so there's some emotional scenes like that.
Nice. I'm so excited for that. I'm also excited for Seraphina finally snapping. I'm excited for what you both have in store.
Same.
Nervous? Yes, but also excited. So.
That's going to be at least a few more chapters to even get to like what kind of triggers that.
Well, I still have an entire like 2 books to get to the big emotion of my scene, so you have some waiting to do.
I imagine there's going to be quite the build-up, though.
Oh yeah, especially in this book, there's going to be a lot of build up. Mostly, I feel like in flashbacks, because you get flashbacks of how the rebellion starts. So you get a lot of flashbacks of Tyra, and you get to learn more about her as well as her friendship with Anastasia. So a lot of book 2, especially in flashbacks, is building up to a lot of plot points in book 3. I feel like.
Very nice.
Yeah. There's going to be foreshadowing. Well, you catch on to the foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing is always fun.
It is.
It's the best bit. It's so fun to like plant these seeds, knowing that they're gonna grow into cool stuff later, and you're just like,
And
people
also,
are gonna
though,
come back, read this, and be like, you're evil, and I'm gonna be like, yep.
it's also fun because you're planting all these seeds, and you know that most of them are going to be missed by the reader. And even if they do catch on to some of it, a lot of times they don't catch on to what they actually mean. And
Mhm.
so,
Yeah. It's so funny when people latch on to like clues and hints and like, oh, it means this, and I'm like, it's gonna be the opposite of that, but sure, go ahead.
yeah, exactly. So it's a lot of fun watching your readers just react to it's not actually knowing what's actually in store, and then when it actually falls apart, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it!" And it's just so much fun.
It is a lot of fun. I also have a lot of fun with the seeds I didn't realize I planted.
Oh, those are always fun.
I will get to a scene and I'll be like, wait a minute, there was foreshadowing for this in this previous thing I wrote and I didn't even realize it.
I've done that before. That's always fun.
Where the Heart or When Morning Comes is really the first sequel I've ever written that's like an actual continuation of the story. Like I'm working on the Uncanny Encounters one, but that's more of a like serial type of deal rather than an overarching narrative. And it's been interesting to write a sequel and like making sure to thread things back from other books and stuff like that.
Yeah, picking up where like this cliffhanger left off and where this thread was, and the consequences of this decision that this character made.
Yeah, definitely.
It can be fun, but it can also be kind of messy, but in a
It
good
can
way.
be. But I love series. Like, I don't write standalones very often. I have a hard time writing standalones, as you both know probably by now. But I have great respect for people who can write standalones because I have a hard time doing that. But I would never complain if your standalone turned into more. Like, if you did more with the Dance of Bow and Blade. Just saying, I would not complain.
I should probably never say never to anything like that especially because B was supposed to be its own thing. And
That did not happen.
Turned into this chonker and this, and now there's a fourth, and there's gonna be a short story collection and a fairy tale collection, and yeah.
Oh no, I totally understand. The Realm of Monsters was supposed to be just 3 books, a trilogy. Okay, it was literally supposed to be a trilogy, and now there's 3 big novels, 11 novellas, a short story collection. Now there's going to be a prequel trilogy. Make it stop.
No, don't make it stop.
Johar is desperately like, save me, and Ellie's just like, you're fine.
Lisa just will not stop talking to me. And I guess with Realm of Monsters, because it's such an expansive world, and because Callista, who's the main character, is literally 1,000 years old, there's so much
history.
Yeah, so much history, so much story untold, and so I ended up making novellas about her and Joan because Joan kept being brought up, so that became its own thing. And then there's so much mention about Rain and Marissa, so now that's becoming a trilogy because Kalista has such a big life and thousands of years of history, so it's like there's just so much to tell, and she will not stop wanting her story told. She will not shut up.
I keep thinking about doing like a Gentris intermission from like way back.
Ooh.
I have a couple of ideas, but I don't know where I want to put them or which ones I want to like commit to.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be so cool.
Because I feel like it would be neat to like show how the knife was made, or
Yes.
you know,
Definitely.
or just show him and Malkarg's actual relationship. Because I feel like readers haven't quite picked up on the hints I've put down for their relationship, but you know.
Aren't some of the wasn't there like conversations too about the true nature of their relationship? Like
I'll say this about it.
Like
for all the talk of Malkarg and the Hearth history that exists, nobody's mentioned Malkarg having like a wife. So, that's a thing. And he did say he had a beloved.
Yep.
In the big pep talk chapter that he had. So
how are you finding writing your first real sequel?
It's interesting. It's fun. It's has its challenges at times.
Mm-hmm.
And like there are times where I feel the need to, because the other goal I have with this, which might be a bit ambitious, is I would want somebody to be able to pick up when morning comes and be able to have it still sort of be its own standalone as well, if need be. Like all the other books are sort of that idea of like you can read them in any order, they can be standalones, or you can enjoy the entire series. And I kind of want Morning Comes to fit that too. And so I feel like it's this interesting challenge of not being so repetitive that readers who already know all this stuff is like, yeah, thanks, we know. But like readers who come into it are also like, okay, I have enough information to really understand what's going on.
Yeah.
That's kind of been my approach with year 2. I mean, I don't want the years to be fully standalone, but they almost kind of could be in a way.
Yeah. That was definitely a tricky thing I did with my novellas too. I wanted it so you could read the novellas separate from Realm Monsters. It could be its own story. You don't have to read one or the other. And originally the novellas was kind of a thing where you can read them in any order too. But I feel like it ended up telling kind of Kalista and Joan's story, so it made it a little hard to do that. Like first novella they meet, third novella they're dating, and then so I feel like it does end up telling their story and their relationship. But I still hope the novellas can still be its own thing, and you don't have to read the Realm Monsters and vice versa.
Yeah, I think you accomplished that really well too. That you can sort of enter the series through the novellas, but if you've enjoyed the series, the novellas are lovely as well.
Thank you.
It's also, for when morning comes, there's so many characters. Like, I'm resolving, like, stuff with Ari and the war that's discussed in B, but you have, like, an Impossible Dream where you've got like the 4 main characters, and then you've got like some of the other minor characters, and they all play a role when morning comes, not to mention some of their families. Like Maybell has 8 brothers. And then you've got Where the Heart Is, where you've got like Mulvinius, and then on top of that you have all the other kingdoms coming into play too, and characters from that. So it's just like, it's so big. There's so many things. And I feel like there's so many moving parts, and that's part of where I'm a bit like...
So many things happening all of the time.
Yes. Is this feeling cohesive, or is it just sort of slamming puzzle pieces with a hammer?
Because there's like so much. Are you going to put this all in one novel, or is it going to turn into like a 2-part thing? Do you know?
I don't know yet, just off of the sheer size of what I have so far, and I'm not even at the end of part two. I'm thinking this is going to wind up having to be split up by some of the individual parts.
Mm.
Like, the First Kingdom has just come, and they've just finished with the First Kingdom, and there's still the East, the North, all the kingdoms finally coming together to form the initial allyship, and then dealing with some of the aftermath of all that. So there's probably going to be like 4 more parts.
Well, I'm here for all of it. Even if it turns into 5 more books, I'm fine with it.
This is karma, is what this is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
this is
know.
doing what Ellie does to her all the time, so it's fine. Fair play. But I mean, the benefit of having that many parts is that it's easy to keep a good pace, because even if one section or part slows down, you can just go to focusing on another bit for a while, make good progress there, then
Yeah.
jump back into the other part when it's back to, you know, more interesting stuff. That's why I tend to have like 3 or 4 different plot lines going on, because that way you always get a sense of something has progressed, something has changed.
Yeah.
You know, because even if, you know, 3 of the 4 plot lines are currently stagnant, one of them's improving, so there's
That's
something
true.
going on.
Yeah,
That's
very true.
So there's a benefit to having a lot of moving parts in a book.
Yeah.
That is a good way to look at it.
Yeah. I always love when there's multiple storylines, because then you get, especially with books that do have bigger casts, because it's like, I know there's always that whole, do you read plot, books based more on plot or character? And I love a good plot, but I'm also here for the characters. And I definitely, so I'm here to see like all the characters getting their shining moments, especially in a book that has a lot of characters. I definitely want to see all of them getting their shining
Yeah.
moments, all of them getting their storylines, and especially if you have a lot of characters that I genuinely love, then it's like I want more of this character, I want more of this character, so you know.
Yeah, if you have a really large cast, you kind of need to cluster them into groups, because otherwise, you know, people are going to get lost. You know, if you have, you know, 20 something characters but 4 different plots going on, you kind of split them up into these, you know, groups of 4, 5, or 6 or whatever. You can have like the main plot for the major characters, but then you have, you know, supporting side plots for, you know, still characters that are useful and are, you know, loved by fans.
Yeah.
So it gives, it's good to have enough stuff that everybody gets to do something.
True.
Yeah. And it's fun when it all comes together, but a lot of times, at least for the writer, it can be hard trying to navigate through all these storylines and plots and stuff. I know that happened when I was writing the Queen of Monsters, because there were so many characters. I was trying to give them all their own plots, and I was like, sometimes I was wondering if I would be able to tie them all together in the end and make them all make sense, because I was like, I had an idea, but I was like, how well am I going to be able to execute it? I think it turned out pretty okay. So I was like, all right, yay.
I'd say it turned out better than pretty okay. It turned out wonderful. I was deeply invested in each of those characters. I think it definitely helps in terms of the whole idea of the separate plot lines and characters, that in When Morning Comes, there's a point at which they all start to sort of, instead of all being in one area, like one has her own dress shop now, and one has her apothecary, and one got her childhood home back, and one is going back and forth between the castle and her hometown. So like they're physically split up as well in some cases.
Well, I am excited for all of it.
Thank you. I'm excited for all your stuff too.
Sometimes I'm just like, give it to me now. Come on. But alas, I must wait.
Yeah. I mean, you have chapters in your inbox. You can read whenever you're ready.
Yes.
And they are amazing chapters that will suck you in and leave you with sleepless nights.
I don't think we have a wake up and throw your phone across the room moment yet, but you know, still seems to be like, wait, no, what happened next?
Definitely seems to move. I don't want to put my phone down.
I do know. I think it was when I was reading book 5 of Towers of Memory. And I didn't have work the next day, so I decided to stay up a little bit later, and I decided to read. And and that probably wasn't a good idea. I know some people's like, oh, you should read to wind down before you go to bed. That doesn't work for a reader because all it does is hype you up. At least it does for me. So
that only works if you have like 3 chapters of the story left. And you can finish it right before bed. That's a different conversation. If you're like in the middle, no, because you'll just read the whole thing and you won't sleep.
So I was just reading, and then I was laying down too. I was like laying down, just scrolling on my phone, and then all of a sudden I comes through the red reveal. I sit up so fast that I got dizzy, and I legit screamed. My throat was hurting. Okay. So
my favorite story of like that is Ellie's from when she was beta reading book 6. And she was like, I'll just finish the trial chapters and then I'll go to bed. And for those of us who know how the last trial chapter ends, she was like, well, I guess I'm staying up for the rest of the night now. I can't sleep after that.
Ellie did that with me too. She was reading, and when I was looking through her notes, she was like, well, I was gonna go to bed, but
I should know better at this point. Anytime I have either one of your books in hand, I should just know better than to expect sleep to occur.
I mean, I think I hint that something very bad's about to happen at the end of Seraphina's chapter because it's one, Seraphina's the one who's going last, and that's a massive red flag, I think.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, you also do a really good job with having this, like, in the back of your head, you know something's going on, but you're also, like, concerned for Celica in the maze, right? Like, you're also, like, you do such an amazing job having us focus on what's going on in front of our face, that even when there's something sort of nagging at the back of your mind, like, hey, you're still sort of, like, in the moment you're in as well. Like, you are really good at that.
Yeah. I mean, Seraphina is I don't want to say easily distractible, but you know, it's not as hard as it should be to pull her attention onto something specific once you give her like something to focus on. So, you know, she was very worried that it could have been any of them, but you know, it wasn't. It was her.
I know when I was reading A Dance of Bow and Blade, around the time of like, I don't want to spoil anything, but like what was going on with Art, you know what I'm talking about? I was reading that pretty late. I stayed up like a good half the night because I was once again I was like, okay, I'll go to bed, and then this happened, and I'm like, oh crap, now I can't because I kind of have to find out what's going on with Art.
That means a lot. Thank you.
So all 3 of us need to just remember to not try to read these books at night because we're going to want to go to bed, but then something's going to happen and we're going to not be able to. So we need to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I maintain that both of your book series are absolutely addicting.
So is yours.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're not exempt from this.
Yeah. Are you guys up for another sprint?
I unfortunately need to call it and head out.
That's okay.
Okay.
But I had a lot of fun with both of you.
Yes, I've missed this.
Time.
Absolutely. Okay, so See you guys.
Yeah. So, are you up for another one, or do you have to go too? It is getting late.
I mean, I could do another one, but if you want to just call it here, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, it's 6:40 my time, and I still haven't eaten since like 1:30. So I think I'll call it so that I can eat.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but
Well,
I had a
we're
great
here for,
time. Huh?
Yes. We have been here for like almost 5 hours, so yeah.
We have. Because when we're having fun doing these sprints, we just talk nonstop.
Yeah. This is great.
So we will chat in our group chat and definitely try to do this again soon.
Yes.
Yes. I always love chatting with you guys.
Yes. You guys are the best.
And I'll definitely read book 7 soon now that things are finally better in my home life. So I'll definitely message
Take,
you.
whatever time you need to. I'm just like teasing. So yeah.
I know, but I am really excited for book 7, so I'll definitely message you when I start reading.
Well, I put the thing, so you should be able to like leave comments as you read if you want
Okay.
to. So if that helps.
Okay, well, I'll chat with you later.
Bye.